Okay, we have a few people online. Thank you.
Try again, sorry.
Sorry.
Try again.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So thank you for joining in person and online. So as we know, today we're going to be looking at the metaverse and with a specific focus on augmented reality. And we have, this is the agenda for today. So we have a team from Project AR. They're a London-based gaming startup. And they'll be taking us through one of their new games that they've just built. So we're probably one of the first people to try this out. Then we'll be looking at C# and Unity delivered by Ali with a short break, and then we'll actually build our first AR experience. So I'd like to welcome Team Project AR, Tiziano, who is the CEO and founder, Louis, who is not in the room right now. Karan will be joining us later and doing the AR experience workshop, and Priyank, who is also filming right there. Okay, do you want to take it from here?
Okay. Hello everyone. Thank you guys for being here with us today. It's nice to see like this hybrid at least events after being, yeah, of course, after being only on Zoom and meeting people in person is always great. So yeah, I think I'll take these few minutes just give you an overview of what we are doing, of what our startup company is doing, and also maybe give you a briefing really about this couple of days that we're gonna spend together. So yeah, I'm the CEO of Project AR, and together with these guys and with Karen as well, who's going to join later virtually, we are working on a location-based augmented reality mobile game called the Jack. So what this game will offer is basically the possibility to interact with our location, with daily locations of players, and being able obviously to play, socialize, interact with businesses as well in a different way, and shape basically this parallel reality which we want to create through augmented reality technology. So essentially, what we have built so far is an alpha version, so there's not augmented reality implemented just yet, but this is the very next thing we're planning to do. And the reason why we're also, one of the reasons why we are also here is to ask your help in shaping this experience. So we would like to get your feedback. We know that you are, acknowledged students, computer science students. He told me that we have a nice variety of backgrounds. So it would be great to hear your feedback and help us shape this concept. Lou will tell you a bit more about the prototyping details, but overall what we're planning to do is basically creating this parallel reality where, as I said, people can play, interact with each other, interact with businesses, and this parallel reality will also be accessible through your phones. So with your augmented reality, with an augmented reality layer of immersive experience, which we are trying to go over our cities with. So yeah, that's basically what we're working on, and we really believe that our concept, which we see as potentially in the future, a small planet of this massive metaverse. So metaverse is we're going to have a discussion about this later in this workshop. We would like to make it like a planet of this metaverse, and we really believe that what is crucial is the approach, like the player user-centered approach. So who is going to create the content? Who is going to shape how this potential parallel world will look like? And we really believe that the answer is players and users. So this is one of the main reasons why we're asking you help to shape or see what you envision for this for our concept and broadly speaking for for the Metaverse concept, which is extremely fluid at the moment, and it's up for shaping basically in this very stage. So yeah, in our particular game, what you have is the ability to collect weapons and abilities in the city surroundings. You can collect them, you will be able to collect them in AI in the future, and use them in augmented reality battles against the characters which we are trying to shape on local culture and history. So basically, in Greenwich, which is the maritime area, in the city of London, you will have this petty capitalist who is obviously like an evil interpretation of what is the financial hub of the city. So we're trying to create this location-based, really localized entertainment experience. At the moment in London, in the future, obviously, we would like to expand it to at least create this kind of user-generated content. Because you would, like, players will be able to interact and shape as well this reality by capturing these characters, by crafting this parallel world actively. So yeah, this is why we're asking actually your help and give it a try, a test, play, and especially give us some spot-on feedback. And probably this is the moment for me to let Louis introduce you to what is the prototype at the moment. It's obviously a prototype, so we will use actually your feedback also to somehow direct future development and also financial effort in shaping this game. So yeah, Louis.
Okay, hi there. My name is Louis, so I'm the co-founder and chief product officer of Project AI. We're going to introduce you to one of our prototypes. It's called the Jack. It's a location-based game. It's going to explain quite a bit already. There's 5 characters which you can find on the map. So go out, try and find them, fight them. If you're watching at home, there's a few there. You can just open up the app again, close it. So if you want to respawn the character, so you haven't got to actually move around that much to test this function out. You've got some inventory on the bottom left, the bottom left. So go out and you can go onto that and you can collect items and you can put them into that and you can fight with the characters with different items that you can put into your inventory. A lot of the weapons have got different abilities as well. Some of them are quick attacks, some of them slow attacks, some do better defenses than others. So have a good play around with that as well. Normally there will be discounts on the app as well, but obviously it's the nature of the testing. There's no discounts to use, but just bear that in mind as well. So we've also got a survey. If you've got out a survey after you finish playing the game, that would be great as well. So we have an idea about how your experience was. What else with the prototype? It's quite basic, as you're going to see. There's quite a few glitches in it as well. Some of the UI doesn't quite match up exactly, but you'll be able to work out that. So it's not too hard to really work out. It's quite simple, really. So I think, yeah, you'll have a good time with that. Probably spend about half an hour. I think we've scheduled in about half an hour for you to have a play around with that. And with the survey, that'll be part of that half an hour, yeah. So yeah, maybe about 5 to 10 minutes on the survey. Which would be great. And we've also got a Discord server, so please join us on the Discord server. We're going to send an APK link, which is for Android. If you've got an iPhone, I'm sorry, we can't do much about that. But if you've got an Android, you can download the APK link. Hopefully it works for you. You know, some Androids aren't working, but some of them it is. So it's still, like I said earlier, like I said as well, it's still quite temperamental. But hopefully you can play it and give some great feedback as well. Yeah, what else? Really, it's very, very simple. The prototype is basic. It's but it gives us a good idea about the future game, really, and the main aspects: fighting the characters and finding them. And within discounts normally, unfortunately not this time, but normally within discounts. So yeah, enjoy that. Is it time to take back over?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, actually, Lou mentioned something interesting. in this product, there's no discount just yet. But in general, when we test prototypes, we're testing it with a few universities in London, and obviously in the future as well, there will be discounts, which players will be able to win in this dimension, in this reality, in the real world. So we like to build this sort of bridge, between this parallel world, digital and so on, augmented if you want, and obviously this reality. So we believe that it's still important to, have a grip on the real world and on the real earth, and to actually, enjoy some discounts as well by playing. So what I will do is sharing the QR code.
Yeah.
Which
Can you go ahead?
is here, but I don't want to mess it up. So with this QR code, basically, you will be able to access the you will be able to access the Google folder that's open to everyone, so you should not have any problem. You can download it. You will be asked for, like, are you sure you want to download it? It's not scam for virus, but we can assure you that at least in here there's no virus. There's some around, but not here. So yeah, you can download it. Please don't report us to to Google Store. But
Share the screen.
You'll be able to see it in a moment.
Just click on share screen.
So yeah, give it a play and just enable your GPS before you actually open it. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the streets, which this doesn't count much if you're from home, but still. So yeah, give it a play, and I guess in like 20 minutes, you can just come back. We will have another QR code with the survey, and yeah, look forward to hearing your feedback. So you know what? It happened, yeah? Well, Louis has an icon as well, maybe you can.
Yeah, we will. Yeah.
Do you want to try out using the phone?
Yeah, I'll come in from Android.
It's on so it's also with this test lab. Okay. So I've got here structure. So this is
There you are. Do we just use yes plus?
Yeah, guess what? If you want to watch the tutorial, then you have to.
Okay.
We gave you.
No, you can go
Are
ahead.
you sure?
Yeah. Because I don't have it on my phone anyway, so I can try it out.
Do you have the? Yeah. It's closing. Yeah, it's coming up.
It was like a while.
That looks really nice.
Yeah, it should be. I should level this up to level 4, so if you want to go
You
beyond
have to
that.
walk around.
Yeah, basically, you walk around.
Yeah, you need to go out.
It's a bit like Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
but it's just
At the moment, you have only like one ability. You can equip another ability, and this card is quite good, and your weapon is not That's good. So you may want to. Yeah, there's a few weapons which are quite good. My personal favorite is the guys.
I know you have won it 3 times.
Untitled, Untitled, yeah.
If you're doing military,
Yeah, so
can I go something else?
you can set up your own stuff. So open up the, business. I think yeah, you can go out and games. So is it like tracking the data?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
If you run out of characters, you can just close the app, reopen the spawn again.
Where is
And
it?
you can
Where are we going?
I think we're gonna go into the blue area,
Okay.
so you can get yourself.
I'm guessing that's outside.
It's okay now.
Because you will like it. If you have this like expanding survey, once you can interact with it.
Okay. But it's got
You need to reach out.
I see, okay. So you walk down outside the left and
If you just manage to defeat this one and you want to find out something, just close the app.
you know, if you don't have anything, just restart it. This like this address.
So basically,
You're not gonna win.
No, you're not gonna plan like this. You need like a second.
You need a strategy. You're just like fighting him.
and then
Yeah, I'm gonna die like this.
Yeah. Yeah, you're, yeah.
Now you will learn.
Yeah, this was real life, man.
Okay, let me, how about this, we change my.
This is much better.
So did you like design the graphics and everything yourselves?
Yeah, actually, the characters we have another person. That's obviously he's been like a contractor with us, but he's still obviously.
Yeah.
But things that we would like to obviously change this character into 3D and then place them in.
Yeah.
That's the next thing we're gonna do. So yeah. I think it's good.
It looks quite good, yeah.
Yeah, we have to change it.
This guy just go to the.
You need another ability.
So it's like.
So I don't think, yeah, the extras was quite good. The green for the blue one.
Do you have an iPhone?
No, it's going to be,
Are you guys planning on adding some songs?
yeah, some songs, yeah.
An iPhone from you.
Yeah, but they're not the same songs.
So, yeah, this is so good.
So basically, you will be able to find him in any space.
Just an idea.
Yeah,
And just do the and then just factoring.
Just on the main.
yeah.
Just. Get the hang of it. So, okay, I did a lot more damage this time.
Yeah, this time we. But actually, this one is one of the best. And they.
What he's using.
Yes. Once I destroy the Metaverse, change that. I use this to destroy the whole movement. Very good. Very good way of thought.
How come the size is just 85 meters? Camera size is 85. So is that what graphics and everything is just so originally it wasn't supposed to be voice like that. Yeah, so the current developer just managed to do to reduce the size. I'm not taking his reason. But it will be coming up maybe and improve the 3D steps.
Yeah.
So that
Really,
will be
animation.
we try to reduce like we try to reach 500.
Yeah.
Then we have, well, the shape one, the Discord server. So, yeah.
Also, can you maybe use your microphone?
Are they saying anything in the comments, maybe in the chat?
Let's check. Can you hear me?
Looks like.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You can use this one now.
Back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we're back. So thank you for giving it a try, for testing the game, and we would love if you could just fill out this quick survey. It's like 5 minutes, but it's really helpful, to know where to direct our efforts, our next development efforts. So yeah, it's great. And also, if you want to share something, if you have any questions or observation, anything, just maybe if you're online, just pop it in the chat, or just turn on the camera and ask the question. Or if we have any questions here, and it's good. We have some little chats already, but yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh, actually, let's give it a moment for this one to just access the survey and give us some answers.
Okay.
Yeah, 5-10 minutes would be perfect. If in the meantime we have also some maybe questions in the chat or something. Oh, this is about the video.
Yep.
Okay, let's just leave the QR code there for 5 minutes, and then we can move forward.
We have a question.
Yeah.
Are you planning to bring this app to iOS?
Yeah, actually, we do. We do have some. We managed to have a test flight as well, but it's all quite complicated, So it's. But we will definitely have them released in both Android and iOS. Yeah, for sure. I mean, at least the UK market is quite split in halves, so definitely we will. Yeah. This is obviously a prototype. So when we launch I think for the beta, this is what we call the alpha version. So for the beta version, we plan to have like an iOS already in place, and obviously for the first version, which we call 1.0, definitely released in both the platforms as well. Okay, maybe in the meantime we can put the other one on. Maybe just doing this is enough. Maybe not. Yeah. And we have recently set up a Discord server, which is obviously at the moment is quite bare, but it will grow in the next few days and weeks. So yeah, if you want to join that would be great, and just be kept in the loop.
So as I said, we really would like to, create this sort of early users and contributors sort of pool of people. So we will use this channel as well to kind of create this connection with potential early users and the development of the game. So it would be great, obviously, if you want to pop in here ideas, potential, I don't know, characters or anything, any features you see fit in the future version of the games. So it's really what we will use to connect with the audience and make the audience shaping our concept as well, because this is really what we want to achieve, a game of the people. Expired.
You might have set it for a 24-hour.
Okay. Can you give me another one, Louis? Can you give me a link?
I think
No, it's expired. Can you make another invitation on the invitation link, and we share it online as well. And actually, we can make a QR code very simple.
Yeah, just invite it.
Okay, then yeah, we can do that easily.
people will make it over there, perhaps.
Maybe. But I think.
You can share the link for them also. They can put in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And for them,
Yeah,
maybe it's better the QR code, isn't it?
For them, we just share the code.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. So you're sending it to me? Send me, I think. Okay.
When you put the link inside, we can then make it from here. You can switch over to the slides, maybe, for now.
Send you on LinkedIn. Really, should I send the link to you on
Yeah.
LinkedIn? I always use this QR stuff, which is
Where's the
where is this one? Can I see this? Oops. Okay, now how do I get link here?
If she puts
okay,
it-
you know what? Just type it like the old people. All right. Yeah, I noticed that. So this one, yeah? Yeah. Should have downloaded it somewhere. Yep, should work. So yeah, this one should be the functional one. Yep. You should be able to join the Discord server with this.
Still shows invalid. Link has expired.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one.
We can just send you the link.
Is it the same link or did you make a new one?
That's a new one.
Did we write it correctly? Maybe not.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's generated well, but
Maybe error in capital letters or something.
Yeah. it's the same thing that one. When you feel the link doesn't.
Yeah, that's the thing.
The link for.
Like instead, yeah, someone's.
Yeah.
So you managed to join.
Yeah, because I used the link for the right thing, not the.
I think the link, there's a problem with the link.
There's the code.
Could you?
Some have a problem with the link, some have a problem with the QR code. Okay.
But it's like, I have the link now, so I can just send it in like after email.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Did you post it on the chat?
Yeah.
Could I just have a look if this is the correct one, maybe? Maybe you made a mistake. Something, or sometimes the capital letters and stuff.
It is. Get the.
Yep. You can use that one, this one, for a long time, but it's not expired.
Okay.
So this one.
I think that'll be it. I think that's all right. We can also get back to it later.
How do we copy it? Oh, I found a problem because the keyboard is flipped. You actually were supposed to use these. Y and Z are flipped. We actually use the, because this is on the English.
So people online have been able to join this server now.
They have been able to join this.
Yeah, because I put the link in
So just
the.
the link.
Right. Okay.
Not
Then I
this,
guess it was my bad. I messed it up with the German keyboard.
it's not your fault because I have set on English and the keyboard.
I'm plenty. Yeah, don't worry. I'm used with different languages and keyboards. And, yeah. Okay.
Maybe this one should be good. If you want
Probably works now.
to. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. So this is probably the final one, and that's the the good one. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just join if you would like. And I think next thing we can show this quick video about the package of Unity we need to install, and then so you have the link for this as well.
I think I can do it from there, because it's gonna go over the installation.
Yes,
Just like a Loom video which I shared with you on LinkedIn yesterday.
Oh, okay.
just send me the link and. Thank you. I can take this down, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just first of all start up GitHub here.
First try to.
Can I just.
This is basically Unity Hub. When you click on Unity Hub, some window will pop up like this. So
Is
currently
there
I have
any
some
audio
project. We
or
don't need to do any project. Just
audio,
go to the
or
install
is it
option.
just audio?
Here we have all the installed Unity versions. So basically we
We
want
want
2019.4.32 F1. You can go with 33 as
as
well.
well.
So
So
how
how
the
the
installation
installation
will
will go?
this
This
is
is
basically
basically
Unity
Unity
Hub.
Hub.
When
When
you
you
click
click
on
on
Unity
Unity
Hub,
Hub,
some
some
window
window
will
will
pop
pop
up
up
like
like
this.
this.
So
So
currently
currently
I
I
have
have
some
some
project.
project.
We
We
don't
don't
need
need
to
to go
do
to
any
any
project.
project.
Just
Just
go
go
to
to
the
the
install
installs
option.
option.
Here
Here
we
we
have
have
all the
all the
installed
installed
Unity
Unity
versions.
versions.
So
So
basically
basically
we
we
want
want 2019.4.32
2019.4.32 F1.
F1.
You
You
can
can
go
go
with
with
33
33
as
as
well.
well.
So
So
how
how
the
the
installation
installation
will
will
work,
work,
and
and
once
once
we
we
do
do
that,
that,
on
on
the
the
installs
installs
option,
option,
just
just
go
go
to
to
add.
add.
Here
Here
you
you
will
will
be
be
watching
watching
all
all
the
the
versions
versions
available
available
here.
here.
Let's
Let's
say
say
you
you
want
want
to
to
download
download
19.4.133,
19.4.133,
which
which
you
you
should
should
download,
download,
no
no
issue.
issue.
Just
Just
go
go
with
with
this
this
version.
version.
Click
Click
on
on
next.
next.
Now
Now
here
here
you
you
have
have
to
to
take
take
the
the
Microsoft
Microsoft
Visual
Visual
Studio
Studio
Community
Community
19.
19.
So
So
basically
basically
this
this
will
will
be
be
the
the
code
code
editor.
editor.
You have to you have to click this Android build support as well to make the Android build. And other than that, you need to click on that this IL2 CPP as well. So basically, you will be selecting three things like one, two, and this three. So these are the three things which will be needed. Okay, just click on the next button and installation will get started. So this is a simple thing. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Make
Make
the
the
Android
Android
build,
build,
and
and
other
other
than
than
that,
that,
you
you
need
need
to
to click
click
on
that
that
this
this
IL2
IL2
CPP
CPP
as
as
well.
well.
So
So
basically,
basically,
you
you
will
will
be
be
selecting
selecting
three
three
things
things
like
like
one,
one,
two,
two,
and
and
this
this
three.
three.
So
So
these
these
are
are
the
the
three
three
things
things
which
which
will
will
be
be
needed.
needed.
Okay,
Okay,
just
just
click
click
on
on
the
the
next
next
button,
button
and
and
installation
installation will
will
get
get started.
started.
So
So
this is a
this is a
simple
simple
thing.
thing.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I believe I already have it installed, right? This one.
You can.
Yeah. Yeah. Might need the other module. So if anyone does have this one installed, they can go over here and add the module manually. So just go here and let me just show you again. Select the one. Yeah. So if you already have this version of Unity Editor installed, you can go over here to the module itself and then click on these three dots, and it should give you the option to add modules. We didn't install Microsoft Visual Studio, and you should have the Android build support as well from yesterday's session. But if you scroll down, you can find Windows build support right over here, and click on next. Read the terms and conditions, and that should be able to do it as well. Okay. Okay, then I'll just get started with the introduction as well. So we will be, let me just slow this up. Okay, so welcome to the Introduction to Unity and C# session now. We will be starting off right where we left off yesterday, and make sure to have your Unity loaded up because this does take a bit of time, and then we can just get started. So everyone ready? No? So, okay, so I'll just get started then. First, we're just going to go over the layout of Unity. Here we have our scene window. So basically the scene window is our place where we're going to be working with most of the time throughout Unity. If you would like to imagine it as a play, if you're, imagine you're a director, yeah? And you have your lighting, your camera, your actors, and your props. So everything is shown inside the scene window. And this is basically what this does in terms for your games. And next we would look at the game window. And the game window is the view from the camera that you set up in the scene window. And there are different displays, which will, if you have multiple cameras, you can look over here. And that is basically just showing what the game is going to look like from those cameras perspective. And next we would have our hierarchy window. So hierarchy window is just a list of inventories that we have on our scene window. Like over here we have our main camera and our directional lights, and these are shown right over here. You can click on them, they will be highlighted. And then we have our project window, which you can see right over here, down here. Project window is composed of a list view and an icon view. And what the project window actually does is it's responsible for being a warehouse of sorts for your items. So any object that you create or any kind of scripts that you have, all of those stuffs are going to be stored here, and you can access them whenever you need them. And in terms of the UI, the final thing is our inspector as well. So the inspector view is responsible for being kind of like a magnifying glass for our game objects. So let's start off by, I'm going to go more into the inspector window. You're going to see how it's going to affect our development. So I'll just start off by making a simple cube. So if you would like to right click over here in the hierarchy, and then you can go over here to 3D objects. And 3D objects, it has the option for cube. So right over here, we have our cube that we just loaded into Unity. And as you can see inside the inspector window, let me go over what a game object is. So a game object would be anything that is inside Unity, from our lighting to the camera to even this cube. And by definition, a game object is a list of our transforms and components. So over here, we can see that we have our transform over here, and these mesh filter, mesh renderer, and our box collider are our components. So the inspector window is responsible for showing these kind of properties that our game object has. So by clicking on the game object, you will be able to view them. So let's go into transforms. So what is transforms? Transforms is basically composed of our position, rotation, and scale. And what are those? So position would be where our object is currently in the world plane. And then we have rotation. So if we can also change the rotation with this tool. This would be how you would rotate it, however you want. And then we have our scale as well. So you can change the scale over here for your item. And that's basically our transform. And then we have our mesh filter. So mesh filter is something that is that tells Unity how the object is going to be rendered. And then we have the mesh renderer, which tells in which way should it do it, by telling it what kind of materials it's going to be rendering, and what kind of lighting, if it's going to be casting shadows or receiving shadows, those kind of things. And next up, we have our box collider. So the box collider is responsible for telling Unity how the object is going to be interacting with other objects. And the other objects are going to have their own colliders. And whenever they interact, that's going to be sending a signal back to Unity, telling it how it's going to be, which component it's going to be interacting with. And we have over here, yeah, that should be all for this one. So next up, we should look into prefabs. Okay. So our goal for this session, actually, I should have started with that, was to just make a simple application that will be able to show a player, and that you will be able to move around with the player and jump. So these simple interactions you should be able to do them at the end. And currently we're going to start off by building the level platform, and I'm going to be going through all the important things that do come up. So okay, we want to create our floor. So for that, we should actually have some kind of material that would allow us to give it a bit of color. So if you right click into here in the assets, in the project view, you will be able to go into material, and we will name our material. Oh, sorry, actually, first of all, you should actually create a folder. This way it just keeps everything neat and tidy. Material, we can name it materials, and just drag it into there. That will allow us to have everything in one place. And even if you press F2, you can rename these. That's another way to do them. Or you can right click and then go to rename as well. So we will rename this to, actually, let's do brown first. So good. So right over here in the inspector view, we can see the properties for this material. And in our interest to be able to change the color, we look at this property called albedo. And we can, if we click on the color, we will have a color wheel that will allow us to be able to change the color of the material. And I do have a color code that you can use to just keep it simple. So it's your own choice. You can do it like this. You can just change it manually, or I would like to use this color code if that's possible. Yes. So 106, 81, and 23. So this should give us the perfect shade. And as we know, we are trying to make some kind of flooring. So of course, flooring isn't that smooth, so we can turn the smoothness down, and this should make it a bit matte. And we can basically just click on this and just drag it onto the object, and that's going to assign the material to the object. You can do the same thing over in the hierarchy view as well, and it's up to you. Whatever, it depends on if there are a lot of items and you want to select something, and it's going to be difficult on the scene view, but then you can just use the hierarchy view to be able to do that. Next off, we would like to add some grass. So on top of the cube. So in order to do that, we can basically make you can hold Control D to duplicate. So now we can see that our cube is duplicated. And actually, let me rename these because this does get a bit confusing. And I'm not going too fast, is that? It's okay? Good. So we will just name this dirt. And the second cube we're going to be naming as grass. So for the grass, we're just going to be duplicating the material as well and just change the name to, just change the name to green. And we can change the color right over here. Let's assign this to 86, 215, and 84. So this should give us a nice shade. And now, like my example, like it's kind of difficult to now know because actually the duplicate item is right on top of this one, and that's why it's not showing us anything. But to be able to tell a real difference or assign the material to the other one, we can just use the hierarchy, and we will do it on the grass. So now if you select the grass and go over to our move tool, which is right up in here corner, or you can also use W to actually switch to the move tool, or even E for the scaling tool, the rotation tool, and R is for our scaling tool as well. So that those are a few shortcuts that would be helpful as well. So we'll just go over to the move tool, and if we just go a little bit above, we can see something called Z fighting. And this is basically happens when there are two materials interacting or overlapping each other. And the Unity tries to figure out what's the best way to basically display that item. And this can be easily fixed with increasing the scale just by a little bit, so it will tip over to that favor, in favor to that material, basically. Sorry, the object, the game object. So if we click on the grass object, and we can just increase this just by a little bit, so by 0.1, we can already see that it's trying to render that in front of it. And that's gonna make it so that we can place the grass on top of it. So right now, of course, it's a bit too big. So we will just come down, actually go to the scale, right to R, and we can just scale this down so that it's something more resemblant to a grass material or object. So right over here, we can see that we have something that looks like a floor tile or ground tile. And as we can see that, so the next thing would be to replicate this material or this object as we have, we want to make a bigger patch of this. But before we do that, I would recommend doing something called making the grass object a child of the dirt object. So in order to, okay, let me demonstrate this. So if we try to move this dirt object, we will see that the grass object does not move with it. So in order to combat this, what we can do is that we will make the grass a child object of the dirt object. So now whenever we want to move the dirt object, the child object, the grass object, in this case, would follow along with the dirt object. And this way, if you want to move multiple things that are already placed, so you can make it a child object, and this will allow you to not worry about it going all over the place and just keep on having a constant flow. The next thing I would like to do is we will be setting up a new folder for something called prefabs. So what are prefabs? Prefabs are basically prefabricated objects, which means that any kind of object that you have already made, then you can basically import them and use them in Unity. And to make a prefab is very easy. So what you do is you click on the object you want to make a prefab of. Actually, let me just go into this. And you just drag it into the assets folder. And now you will see that we have an object over here called dirt. And another indicator is that you can see this inside the hierarchy view. You will see that the dirt object is now highlighted with a blue, and the box is highlighted in a blue color, basically. So this means that this is a prefab. Now, what is the benefit of a prefab, you might think? So now we have an object that basically you can just take it, and let's try and put this here. Let's line them up actually first. So let's get them to be right like this. So actually we should have the positions 0, 0, 0. I'm just setting everything to 0 for now. And we will take the second one and just shift it by 1. If it will do it. Oh, wrong way. Just shift it by, actually let's do 2 so you can see it much better. So right over here we have 2 objects, 2 game objects, which are a prefab. They are 2 different instances of the same prefab. And the purpose of a prefab is basically, if you want to change something, let's say, because we already have a collider inside, we have 2 colliders in this case. We have one inside this dirt block and one inside the grass object as well. So in Unity, you would like to reduce the number of colliders as well, because that just makes everything more complicated, and I believe it's more computationally intense as well. So we want to just remove the grass object's box collider, which you can just come over here to box collider, make sure that the grass object is selected. And you can see over here, it's highlighted over here, and just remove the component. So now by removing this box collider, it should be able to remove it for both of these items. So over here we can see that there is no box collider for the grass. So right over here, no box collider, and there are box colliders for the dirt either way. So that should work out. So, but the purpose, the benefit of using prefabs would be, now imagine you have a whole field of like thousands of flooring, and you want to change one single thing, so you're going to have to do them 1,000 times. And by using prefabs, that ensures that you don't have to do it 1,000 times. So moving on. Another thing you can do is as well, if you want to change something specific, like if you don't want to change the whole prefab, but if you do want to, like, let's say, for example, this would like to, for example, let's say we want to increase the size of the grass a bit. So we can increase it over here. Unity also tells us over here in the inspector view that the scale has been changed according to, if it compares to the prefab. It's highlighted over here. You can see this blue icon or blue highlighting, and you can basically either revert it from here and it's going to go away, or if you do want to apply it to the whole prefab, you can do that as well. So you will see that the whole prefab changes when you change one thing, and you can apply that change to the whole thing as well. So you don't have to go into the editor and just do it on one single thing as well. So we'll just revert this back to our normal size for now. And we want to make a platform. So let's do Control D to duplicate. Another tip would be to use the control. If you hold control, you will enable, sorry, not control. No, it's control. I was pressing the wrong thing. If you hold control, you can snap these game objects into place as well. That's really nice if you want to make some precise movements. And now you can see that the game objects are lined up perfectly. So you can then select all of these game objects, do the same, Control D, and we can move them again, holding control, just snap them into place. And we'll just want to make something that is big. So just snap them into place as well. And just to have a bit more space, let's just do it once more. So Control D, let me get this. And just snap it into place. There we go. So now we have a platform that we can work with. And now you can see inside the hierarchy view something that happens with so many objects is that basically is just filled with all these different kind of all the different game objects for the floor. So in order to fix this, what we could do is if you right click over here, you can make an empty object, or in this case, what we would call this is a placeholder or a folder of sorts. So if you make a game object, and let's call it level, we can, actually this is inside there, we want this to be outside. So we can add, so we will just select the dirt objects, and we want to be able to actually select all of them. Oops. And drop them into level. So now if we minimize level, it's much cleaner and we can continue working. So an added benefit would be that you can move the whole thing by making it a child class of level. So let's go back and let's continue with making a player. So for now, we're just going to keep things simple, and we're just going to be using a beam. So we can do that by, again, right-clicking here in the hierarchy view and going over to 3D objects, and we will select sphere. Sorry, not this one. Capsule. We want capsule, so we can consider this one to be our player for now. So the player is a bit too big, so we can just scale it down to 0.5 all over. So we have a lot more room to go around. And you will be able to see, actually, if we run the game, you will be able to see from the game view as well. Just let it load. So you can see from the game view that we have all our flooring and our player. You would think that the player is currently suspended, and we can fix that by adding another component to our, where is this? We can add another component to our capsule. Actually, let me rename this to our player. So we would add here, if we go in, we click on the player, we go into the inspector view, we can find add component right down here. We will search for a rigid body. We don't want the 2D one because we're working with a 3D model. We will just click on rigid body. And what rigid body basically does is it adds the gravity and stuff like those. So it adds a bit of mass. You can change the mass over here. You can add a bit of air resistance. You can tell it if it should use gravity or not. So the physics engine is basically kicks into this game object. So now if we try and run this, we should see the player fall down right now. Yeah, there you go. So now we can see that the player drops down from that height. You can actually, even while running the game, you can go into the scene view. You can test it out, look at the object, you can move it around a bit, but because the game is running, it's gonna still keep on running the physics engine behind. So as you can see, it moves. Now moving on to the making the player basically move around and jump a bit. So in order to do that, we would be looking into scripting. So now today we're going to be using C# for scripting. There are other languages as well, like JavaScript. People do use that as well. But to keep it simple, we're just going to use C# because that's the most popular option out there. And you will find a lot of support and a lot of tutorials as well if you want to explore even more. So let's go and make a folder called scripts. Oops, I created a script. Folder called scripts. So we can make a scripts folder. Let's just take this in. And this one was from yesterday. We can just quickly delete it if it wants to. We'll just delete this one and we can just work on that one. So if we go into scripts, let's rename this to our player, and let's continue by opening up the script. So if you remember yesterday, we were able to go into the settings and assign Visual Studio. Visual Studio to our Unity. If you did it, then you should be able to go into Visual Studio like this. We should open the script, and once it loads, we can go over it. Okay, so right over here we have a basic script that Unity gives us. Over here, the first few lines are, it says using system.collections, system.collections.generic, using a Unity engine. These are basically imports these are other classes or other packages that are being imported for us to use. And basically, if we continue, we will see here that there's something called public class new. This should have changed actually. So the class name and the name of the file should be same. So now it should be good. So we have public class player is the name of the class. We're defining a class, and then we have mono behavior. Mono behavior is basically is going to be an inheritance from the Unity engine's library. And mono behavior has different functions that Unity uses to make the different game objects work. And over here we have one defined as start and updated. And basically the start function is responsible for doing any kind of work that needs to be done when the game starts. And the update one is something that runs that code every time the frame is updated. So if you're running the game on, like, let's say 60 FPS, the frames per second, it should update it every 60 times every second. So basically we're going to start by getting. So our goal for scripting would be to make the object be able to jump and move around left and right and forward and backwards. So for anyone, I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with this bit of coding or not. No? So basically, I would want to say that we want to start by defining our if statement. So by saying if, we would like to say that basically if function basically works like if let's say if you're hungry is equal to true. In coding, basically we have double equals to when we want to compare something, and actually in C we use smaller. And let's say if hungry is equal to 2, we want to say we want to perform an action. Yes. Let's say we want to perform eat. So of course this isn't going to work, but the idea of if statement is to be able to say if this is true, we want to do this. And so by going off this concept, well, we want to assign that if we press the space button, the being should, or the player should basically make a jump. And in order to do that, we will be using something called input. So input dot any key down. So basically it's going to be asking for if this key is down. Yes. Oh, sorry. It's not any key down. It's get key down. So we're going to be getting the key down if this key is down. So which key do we want? Is the from the key codes we can basically get space. We want the space key to be pressed, and that's when we want to be able to make a jump. So in order to see if this works or not, actually if you don't have to always define that it's equals to true, because what happens is this input or this function returns a Boolean variable. Boolean is basically either it's true or false. So if it is true, it's just going to show true, and it's going to say if true, and if it's false, of course, it's not going to work. So you don't have to do this, but if you want to keep the code a bit concise, you can remove it, or if you do want to define it, then you can do that as well. So for now, let's try and show this as a debug.log, see if our code basically works. So if we save the script, actually we do have to define the script as well. So we want the script to be on our player. So if you just click on the script and just drag it onto the player, this is going to be added as a component, and you can see this inside the inspector view as well. So if this is saved, we do want to add semicolons as well, because C# requires us to use semicolons. Just save it, and we should be able to run it. So inside over here, we have the console. So any kind of debug log we make, it will be shown over here. So we wrote hello world. If you click over here inside the game window and we press space, you can see hello world. We can see it being displayed. And every time I press space, we can see that it does show it again and again. So let's close this. Now we know that our function works. We can basically go back and now assign something that would allow us to make the bean jump. So in order to do that, what we want to do is assign something that would make the bean go into an upwards direction. So what we want to be using is something called add force. So we want to, first of all, get a component, get the bean itself. So let's get component, rigid body. This is the rigid body that we assign onto the player. And we want to dot add. So it does show us the Visual Studio does show us different options as well. We can use those as well to autofill it. So add force, and we want to do a vector 3. So what is vector 3? So vector 3 is basically just direction and magnitude. So we're just going to be defining how much should be the force and in what direction should we be applying it. So for vector 3, we already have something called vector3.up. This is basically already predefined on which direction we want to go. So we can say vector3.up. And the next thing we want is, if we press comma, we will see if there's any other parameters that we need as well. So for that, it says that it needs a force mode. So what kind of force? There are force modes that are already predefined. So we're going to be choosing one of those. And you will find a lot of information inside the editor as well. That's the good thing about Unity, Visual Studio and Unity. So if you do force mode dot, you can see these different options. We have accelerate, force, impulse, and velocity change. So there are different descriptions for these, as you can see over here. But the one we're going to be using today is velocity change. So basically, it just ignores the mass and just focuses on instant velocity on the object itself. So we'll just do this. And let's save this. And if we go back to the game, so to play the game, so now if you press space, you can see that the pill does move just a bit. And this can be easily fixed actually by if we multiply the force that we are trying to do. Let's say we multiply it by 5. This should give us a much higher value for the change. And this should be enough to make it actually jump. So if we start the game again. So now if we press space, now we can see that the bean does go and it does do multiple jumps as well. That's that's a little bug, but we can fix that as well. So before we move on, I would like to get the camera in a much better position. You can see if you click on the camera as well, you can see a preview here at the bottom. That's really useful for how you want to see everything. And let's just tip it down so we can have a much better view. So let's continue by, let's go on and work on the movement first, and then we'll come back and fix this space bug. So in order to move around, what we need is basically we don't have to define a add force. There are already predefined methods for that. And what we want to actually use is the axis on basically our keyboard. So we have the AWSD keys, and even the arrow keys, we can use those to control our player. And in order to do that, we can basically use, and what is that? We will be using something called a horizontal. This is just the name that we want to. We're going to be defining a variable called horizontal input dot get access, and the access that we want to get is horizontal. So basically, we want to get our input from the get access, and the keyword that we're using is horizontal. So how do we know that it's horizontal? Actually, first of all, let me actually make this variable real quick. So actually, let's just go over here and Alt Enter, generate field. So now it should fit. We have to first tell it that we want to make a variable. And now, so basically, how do we know that it's horizontal? So if we go back to Unity and we go into Edit and our project settings, and if you go into Input Manager, you will see here Access. And this has all the list of different kind of buttons or different kind of controls that we can use in our game. And we're currently going to be using the horizontal and the vertical one. But inside the horizontal, you can see that we have our negative button and our positive button. So it's going to be most probably going to be on a scale of -1 and 1. So it's going to shift in between those. So we have our left key and our right key. These are our main buttons. And then we also have alternate buttons. For both of them, we have our A and D, so you can use both of them. And there are other values called gravity, dead, and sensitivity. These are basically to mimic a feel of like a controller. Like if you move a joystick, you get that acceleration of like if it's just a bit, it's going to go slowly, and if it's like in a full direction, then it's going to go much faster. So that's basically what it uses to basically mimic it, and you can basically change these values if you want to adjust the sensitivity. And that's why we're going to be using here horizontal over here. And then we want to define something called, actually we want to make a similar thing for our vertical input as well. So we can just really quickly make that as well. Vertical input. If you're wondering why I'm using like a lowercase in the beginning, it's a syntax called, not a syntax, it's a convention called camel case. So it's easier to like identify if it's a variable or not. And so we make the first one a lowercase, and the rest should be like a capital case for the first word. And let me just copy this again. Copy, paste it, and vertical input. So now we change here the key to vertical. Great. So now that we get the input, we can start off by defining these inputs to be used for the object itself. And for that, what we're going to be using is something called, is another method basically. Instead of update, we're going to be using something called fixed update, because we don't want to make the player move on the update itself, because update uses the frames to update. They update the whole process. But if you use fixed update, it's on, for every second, it's going to be updating 100 times. And if for example, if you have a small, like a slower PC, you're gonna get a lower frame. You're gonna get a low frame rate, so let's say 5 or 6. So that means it's updating every 5 to 6 seconds. But if you get something more expensive, it's gonna be like updating, let's say 60 or 120 hertz. So that's just gonna just do it too much, you know. So to keep everything constant, we're going to be using something called fixed update, which uses the physics updates. So it uses a physics engine, which updates according to 100 times per second. And we can do this by defining fixed. So, there we go. Fixed update. So it's basically we're going to be using this, so it's more constant, and we won't miss our inputs and our movement of the character. So to add this, we're going to be over here. We're going to be adding. We want to say rigid body. Actually, you can say there a rigid body component, but philosophy. New vector 3 and assign the inputs. So we have our x-axis. So this is going to be our horizontal input. And then we want to define our y-axis, which is going to be up, but we already have a jump for that. So we're just going to define the current velocity. I'm not sure why this isn't. Just check. Body component. Good. We will have a look at that in a minute, but let me actually just define these codes. Just gonna body rigid component rc.velocity. Now it works there. And we want to get the rigid bodies components. So we want to get where the y position is. If we have velocity dot y. And we want the vertical input as well. So if we set this, I believe we should be able to move around. If it wants to go, there we go. Start up this. So here we go. We do have our jump, and we can't move it. Is it? Does say there. No, maybe so. Fix update. Then let's try it again. So still nothing. Script. Ready-made script over here as well. The import rigid component velocity y. Did I get these wrong? Horizontal. Okay. Vertical axis. Define the script as well. Object reference not set as an instance of an object. Okay. So basically when we do make a rigid body, we are supposed to instantiate it as well. So actually, let me go back and write in the start. So in the start method, when we start the game, we want it to basically load up our rigid body. So we're just going to say our RC is equal to get component rigid body and let's try and play this now. And there we go, we got something to move. This is basically happening because there's a bug, obviously. We can fix this as well. And let me show you how. So basically our player, it doesn't have any lock right now on its rigid body. And we have here a tab called constraints. So we can freeze the rotation of our player on the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis because we don't want the actual component itself to be moving, but to be moving in the space. So we can then go and restart it and make sure it doesn't look like myself when I'm going to work on Monday. And there we go. We got something to move properly. And yes, so this would be basically most of it. Now there's only one more bug that we should fix. This is this double jump. And basically what we want to do is that we want to get to know if our components are basically touching with another collider. So to do that, basically, we would be using another method from the mono behavior. We will be using on collide enter. So basically, this tells us if our object is is in a process of colliding with another collider. And what we want to do over here is actually we're going to have to change a little bit of the things. We're going to have to know actually when it's going to be colliding. So let's say we define a boolean. So in C sharp, we use the key bool to define a boolean. And let's say if it is grounded, so if it's on the ground, we wanted to say we would know that if the object is on the ground, if there is some kind of collisions with the colliders. So we will say that is grounded. Is grounded is equal to, now we are assigning a value, is equal to true. And this would be, now we know that the object is grounded because when there is a collider, we know it's on the ground. And we're going to do a similar thing for when it's not in a collision. So let's say on collide exit. So now that we are exiting that collision, we want to say is grounded is grounded is equal to false. So now every time it enters into a collision, it's going to say that yes, it is on the ground because there are collisions happening. And once it jumps, it's going to say there is no collision, so it's going to turn it into false. And that so basically we're just going to be using that information right over here in our jump if statement. So inside the if statement, there's another thing that we can use. It's called so if you have these two and signs, it's the same thing that it represents. It says that if this section and this section are true, then it should run. If either one of them is false, it's not going to run. So what we want to say is that if the space button is being pressed down and if it's on the ground, then we want to make a jump. We don't want to make a jump while it's, even though the press is being made and it's in the air. So over here, we're just going to say it's grounded, and that should hopefully fix our issue. Make sure I just saved it. Yes. And we can move around, we can jump, but we can't make double jump, so the bug is also fixed. So there we go. And this should be the end of our introduction. Hopefully you learned something new. And do you have any questions? Any questions? Good? Okay, then thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your Yeah, yeah. Hmm? Yeah, yeah, of course, yes. Yeah. I can also make it like upload to GitHub and then we can share that link as well. That's going to be much easier.
Yeah, we can take a break for like 10 minutes and Karen is already online. Yeah. Okay. So, if everyone is ready to move on, we can just continue or else you can go take a break Yeah. So we'll start at 4:20, just be back for that. Starting with the close this. So we'll be starting with the AR workshop now, building your first AR experience. And Karan, who is joining us all the way from India, will be showing us how to do this. So welcome, Karan. Hello, Karan.
Hello. So, am I audible to everyone? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, can you say something in the comments so that I can know that you guys everyone can hear me? Hello, hello. Okay. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Am I audible now? Am I audible now? Am I audible now, everyone? Hello. Hello, am I audible now? I'm speaking. Yes, just let me know in the comment if I am audible to everyone. I checked the microphone setting and it's working perfectly. So, hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, am I audible? Vidhi, can you let me know in the chat that whether I'm audible or not? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, am I audible now? Am I audible now? Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Vidhi. Hello, hello, hello. Am I audible? Can someone give me? Okay, so if you can hear me and it's echoing, can you change the setting of the speaker? I mean, what is the solution for this? If there is a lot of echo, what's the solution? It must be from your side, I guess. So let me know when can I start. You need to switch off the microphone which is present there, I guess. There might be some microphone there.
Hi, Karan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect.
So it's totally good now.
Yep.
Okay, so hello everyone. I am Karan, co-founder and a CTO for the Project AR. So we are building a good game, which Tiziano, the CEO, might have given you the demonstration. So I am here to give you, basic AR game demonstration. So I'll try to utilize the time that I am given by the management. So let's start the game. So first of all, like today we will be just work on the demonstration of the AR, like how we can create a AR experience in real. So I just want all of you guys to follow me on whatever I am doing. Just repeat the process, try to understand the things, and also write it down on your own, so that we can be on the same page, and we can build the app together. So let's come to the Unity Hub, and we are going to create a new project. Basically, the demonstration related to the Unity and C Sharp was good. So I think these are the things are not new to you now. So let's create the project and give it some name. So it is project AR demo. So let's select the 3D option because we will be working with 3D now. So there are multiple templates available in Unity. So we will, most of the times we work in 3D. If you are working in 2D, then just select 2D. So let's select 3D and hit create. Just everyone please follow the steps so that we can build the app. Otherwise I am unable to show you the the way, just like the previous, the guy mentioned you that jumping and everything, you cannot feel the AR experience in the monitor. So we need to build the app together. So when the Unity start, what we'll be doing, like by default the Unity is on the Windows platform, like standalone platform. You can see here it is on the standalone platform. If you want to create the AR experience, basically the SDKs that are available in the market, like the most popular one from the Google, its name is AR Core. So it is basically work on Android. So we are, like today we are going to create application for Android. So first of all, let's switch the platform to Android. So if you have chose the the platform while installing the Unity, you will be just you need to go to build setting, and here you can see the Android thing. So we just need to click on Android, and we need to click switch platform. So the platform will get switched to Android. We usually do it before the project data importing, because when you have a lot of data in the project, then importing takes a lot of, like switching takes a lot of time. So you just do it, we just do it when the project is fresh, so it takes less time. So we have done this. Now this is the scene in which we will going to work. So we need to add it in the build setting. So we can drag drop here, and also we can we have another option to do this, like add open scene. So this way we can have this scene in the build setting. So do this thing as well. Now next thing, as we are going to create AR application, so Unity provides a lot of libraries and SDK to make the thing simpler. To create a basic AR experience is not at all tough. It's so basic. You will see how basic it is. Just click on the window. You will see package manager. Just go there. The packages will get loaded. So here you guys might have see that here the Unity like in project option will be there. So just select Unity registry. If you select in project, then the packages which are only in your project will be there. So we need to import some another packages. So just go to Unity registry. You will be see all the packages. So now our main focus is on AR libraries. So just go to AR foundation, and if you are on the Unity 2019.4 point something, like 32, 31, 33, just select like 2.1.18, and there are newer versions available, but we are working on 2019. So just go with this. If you are working on 2020 version, then go with this one. So the guys who are having 2019, we are going with this. Actually, building the AR experience on 2020 is comparatively easier because on 2019 there is something Gradle related error we see. So the Unity has not the upgraded Gradle, so we have to import it manually. So we will do that later on. Currently we have imported AR foundation. Automatically AR subsystems is dependent on it, so it automatically gets installed. Other than that, we will be importing AR Core XR plugin. If you want to create the app for ARKit, for iOS, then ARKit is the option, and for Android we have AR Core. So just click here, just make sure that the version is same, and click install. It will not take much time. So it is installed. So now we have all the packages with us which are we need while building the AR experience. We have all the packages. Now what we will be doing is, let's set up the build settings for building the project. Let's go to the player settings, and here just I'll be naming the company. You can go with the default one, no issue. Now what we will do is, we will go to other settings. Here we will be here the graphic API, so we will deselect the Vulkan. We will remove the Vulkan because nowadays all the device works on OpenGL 3, so we'll remove the Vulkan. And other than that, the architecture of the nowadays device is like ARM64. So here ARM64 is not highlighted. I mean, it's not interactable. So what we will be doing is, we will be shifting it to IL2 CPP, which is a kind of the whole code will compile into C++ code, and that code will get compiled later on. So it's something backend related part. Now we will be clicking the ARM64. So we have this as well. If you don't go with this on the ARM64 device, the app go crash before the opening, it get crash. So just select this. Other than that, we need to have the Android version. Just select some version like 9, because nowadays if you want to upload anything to the Play Store, we need more than 29, but now we are not uploading anything. So let's select Android 9, so that older devices can also support the application. So this all the parts are done. Other than that, what we need is nothing. So the project setting is also set. Now we need to have the AR component in the scene. Okay, so just right click here. Basically this is the hierarchy and this is the inspector. Just right click in the hierarchy, and you will be seeing the XR option. So the basic thing that we will need is AR session, which is going to maintain the life cycle of the AR app. We just need the AR session, and other than that, we need the AR camera, which is there under AR session origin. So now you can see, now you have AR camera there in your scene, and you have main camera as well. So in Unity, we can use multiple cameras, but that's a different part, the much trickier and complex part. We are not going with that. We just need the AR experience, so we will only needing the AR camera. So what we need to do is just remove the camera. You can see here a tag is there which is known as main camera, so that the code get to know that okay, this is the main camera in the game. So what we will be doing is we will be removing this camera. Like let's delete it, and we will be providing this AR camera as the main camera. Now our main camera for the game will be AR camera. Now what we will be doing is let's see, we need to first of all, during the creation of a AR app, what is required is we need to have the plane detection thing. Okay, when you switch on the AR game, any AR game, it first detect the plane. Like there are two types of AR technology. First is the markerless technology, and another one is the marker based. So we are working with the markerless because we don't need any marker to instantiate the player in the world. So we will be going with the markerless one. So in the markerless technology, when you switch on the camera, it starts detecting the plane. So we will be doing that part first. We will be detecting the plane first, and then after that we will be doing other stuffs like instantiating the object. So first of all, we will be just select the AR session origin. Basically we don't need to do much of the job because the SDK has a lot of all the components there. So first of all, we will be adding the AR plane manager, which is responsible for generating the plane. Also, if you want to manipulate the planes, like how many planes are detected, I want to go with that plane, I want to delete all the planes after I have done the process. So it basically provides you that part. You can do that using the AR plane manager. After AR plane manager, what do, you have a phone, you have a screen, and something get instantiate, like you want to instantiate something, or you want to select the plane. Just after the plane detection, you click on the plane. So what happens there is, from the phone there is a hypothetical, like virtual raycast is done. If you know the concept of raycast, so when you shoot the bullet in the game, in any game, it takes the front part of the bullet, front part of the gun, and it usually do the ray cast. A ray from the front part goes in the forward direction, and enemy and anything when encounter with the ray, we can perform various actions. So same thing we are going to do here. So now we will be adding here another component which will be AR raycast manager. Basically, let me write raycast, AR raycast manager. We have added it, so it will take care of the raycast part. Okay, so I'll let you know what the raycast is. Basically I give you a basic demonstration, but when you play the game you will see, like there when you open the app, there are a lot of plane detected. Up now you, what you need to do is you need to select a particular plane. So you will be clicking on that plane, raycast will be instantiated from that part, and it will go to that plane, and the point we will get the information of that plane. So basically this is done using the raycast manager. Now in the AR plane manager, it is asking us two things. One is the plane prefab, like how you want to see the plane, you need to provide the prefab. Okay, second thing, it is the detection mode. So let's not have everything here. It has multiple options, everything horizontal, vertical. So let's select nothing and then select vertical, because we only care about the vertical. Like if you want to do something related to wall thing, like you want to instantiate, let's say, a painting on the wall, then you can go with the vertical one. But currently we are going with horizontal one because we want to instantiate something on the plane, like ground. So let's select it as horizontal. Now we need to provide a plane prefab. So I heard in the previous demonstration, like he demonstrated you like what is a prefab. So it's basically contains a lot of entity. It's kind of a class. I will be demonstrating you what a prefab is, but let's create a prefab for that. So prefab is nothing if you have something in the hierarchy, but for now we need the plane prefab, right? So in the SDK we have the plane prefab created already. We just need to go to XR AR default plane. Okay, so we have the AR default plane. It has lot of components attached, like one is the mesh collider. which if we don't have the mesh collider, it don't everything will go through it, nothing can stop. I mean, with the collider you can detect something. If the ray is going and something is in front of it, it has to be the mesh collider. If it don't have mesh collider, the thing will pass through it. Okay, if it has mesh collider, nothing can pass, we can detect it. So it is for the mesh collider. It has mesh renderer. Basically mesh renderer is responsible for like rendering something. If you want to render a object, it has to be have the mesh renderer. So these are some things, some components attached to it. So let's not go into much deeper details. We will be creating the prefab for the plane. So let's right click here, create a folder. It's basically the management. We should create folders for everything so that we can create a manageable project. So here in the prefab, we just drag and drop this. Now we have the prefab. Now this prefab we can use at runtime. Now we don't have it in the hierarchy. I mean, we don't have it in the project, but whenever we need this, when the plane detected, it automatically get instantiated. How? We will be adding the prefab to the plane prefab. Okay, so now the plane detection part is like almost complete. We are ready to detect the plane. Now the next part will be we will be having some kind of zombie or something which we will be instantiating on the plane. So yeah, the next thing we will be adding is zombie. So I have took a basic character. I shared a link with Vidhi. If she shared it with you, there are a lot of not lot of, but all the things that we need, basically the gun unity package and the zombie unity package. So we will be using that zombie package. So to import any package, we are going in assets, import package, custom package, and here is the zombie package. So I will be importing it. Open this kind of window appear in front of you. Just right click on the import, and this is the boss. You can see, right, this is the prefab. It has nothing inside it. You can see in the inspector. Just delete it. We have whole data here. Like if you go into the data folder, you have scary zombie, and here is the boss. Okay, so let's drag and drop the boss and let's see how it is looking. So he is looking like this. We can call him zombie because he is looking a bit horrible. So let's call him a zombie. Now what we need to do is we need to, here it has a animator component. So I'll be demonstrating why it is there. Like currently it is not doing anything. When we click play, nothing is happening. Right now what we need to do is we are going to add some kind of animation to the zombie. Okay, walking animation. So here I'll be having the animation as well, I think. Yeah, here is a zombie walk animation that we have. You can visualize it like this. This is somehow it will work. This kind of walking we have. So we have to implement it, apply it to the character that we have. So I will delete it. This is just a controller that I'll be creating. So we just need to create click right click and create, and we will be adding animator controller here. Let's call it boss. Now this is basically the controller for the animation. Let's say you need to provide him various kinds of animation, like one is idle, one is walk, one is kind of dead or something like that. Then everything get controlled using this animator controller. Let's open it. This is how it looks like. It has empty entry state, so which has nothing by the way right now. So just right click here, create a state, call it empty, name it like zombie walk. Okay, now this is the state of zombie walk. Now we can have various states called the idle, and we can have a transition from here. So player can go here to here, like he will be walking and then he will be idle, and we can control everything using this. We can control whole animation using this. So currently we will be having only one animation, will be like which will be zombie walk. So we have the animation file. Just it is asking for the motion file. Just add the motion file here. Okay, now we have the animator ready with this, with zombie walk, and zombie walk will have the motion as well. So now we will go again into the scene, into the boss. Now the boss is, it has animator, but it has nothing like animation right now. So we will be adding the animator controller here. Okay, and let's see if he moves or not. Yeah, now we got him the animation. He's moving to towards nowhere, like he is moving in the forward direction. Now we just don't want him to move, so we will just deselect this. So like the animation won't change the transform. Previously, if you can see here, the animation is changing the transform as well. This transform, the position is also changing, so we don't want the position to get changed. So just unselect, and you can see now he will be walking on its own position. We will add the movement later on using the script. We just want him to move like according to us, not according to himself, so we will add it the movement speed later, because in the AR game things instantiate not far from you, it just instantiate closer to you, and if this is speed, if with this is speed the zombie move, then it will just instantiate and come towards you, and he will finish you. So we don't want him to move. So yeah, currently we have this, we have the boss created with the animation. Now we have the object as well, so we will go in the prefab. We have placed a boss, and we have applied some changes. Now we want to save boss, right? We don't want him to be in the project, we only want him when the plane get detected and user clicks on the plane. Only at that time we want boss to come into the picture. So we just make the prefab, original prefab, the prefab is created, and now we will delete this. Okay, so now we have the boss as well. We have done the plane detection as well. The plane detection is also there using the plane manager and everything. Now if you think like what feature is remaining, then the object placement is there. Plane is detected, the boss is ready. Now we need to create a object manager, object placement script. When you click on the plane, object must be instantiated, and unfortunately SDK hasn't provided something like that, so we need to code it on our own. So it should be the first script that we will write after the previous session. So let's do it in a manageable way. Let's create a folder, name it script, and add a script, name it object placement. Okay, now let's open it. So we don't basically need this for now. It basically imports a collection. We will need it later on. So now let's import everything that we need. So importing using unity engine .xr .ar foundation, and also using unity engine .xr .ar subsystem. So these both things are required inside the script. So we have all the libraries imported. So now we will start starting the code. So in the previous session you might have known like how the start and update will work. So in the start of the project, the start method get called and update get called once per frame. So let's see what we can do. So first what we need is, currently we have a script. Okay, we have the boss. Now the script don't know the boss. Okay, so let's introduce script with the boss. So I'm creating a public element. So public game object enemy object. Okay, now script knows who's the enemy is. So let's add the script here, add the object placement script here. Now script is asking for the enemy object. So what we will be doing is we just provide him the enemy, the boss that he's expecting, the script is expecting. Let's provide him the boss, and now we will be working with the placement of that. So the next thing is this is the prefab. Now we will be having a game object which we will be spawning inside the game. It will be different. Okay, so let's write it object to spawn. Okay, so we'll be having the game object. Now it is private, so let it be private because we only want him in this script. Other than that, we need a component AR raycast manager object, AR raycast just write it. If you are following me, we will go together. Hello, yeah.
Would you be able to start, start from this spot?
You are not at all properly audible. Can you write me the message?
Yeah, I'll just type it out.
Okay, please. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So you want me to restart from the script? Okay. Oh yeah, not an issue. Let's remove it and let's delete it as well. We will create it from scratch again. Just close everyone. Close your eyes. I'm removing it, and then we'll restart. So now we don't have any script. Now the purpose of this script is we want to place the object in the real world, basically in the AR. So we will need some kind of script because it is not provided by the SDK. So what we will be doing is we will be creating a script to place the object in the real world. So let's here inside the script folder, let's create right click and C# script and name it object to place. Go inside the script. Now we have designed the boss and we want script to know the boss because currently script don't know the boss, and before that we will be importing the libraries, the packages that we need for using the AR libraries. So what we will be doing is we just import the AR foundation and AR subsystems. So just write this things using Unity engine xr.ar foundation and AR subsystem. Now we need to introduce script with the boss. Currently there is a script, but script don't know the boss. So let's write a public game object, name it enemy object. Okay, now we will let script know who's the boss is. So let's go to the AR session origin where we will be placing the object. Place it. Now it is asking for the enemy object because currently we just recently we created the object. Let's give him the object. Be able to restart from. Can you be able to? Yeah, okay, sorry. So everyone is following me. If everyone is following me, then what you need to do, just import this using Unity engine.xr.ar foundation. After that, using Unity engine.xr.ar subsystem. Basically, let me, when you write Unity engine, when you hit dot, just it will automatically give you the like when I click XR and I'll click control and space, it will give me all the options. So AR foundation and AR subsystems are there. Yeah, okay, so I was going a bit fast, sorry. I thought that no one is following me, so okay, if you guys are following, then it's good. So now we have introduced a object inside the script so that we can play with the boss that currently we have created. So just public game object, enemy object, then here is the script. We will drag and drop this script here, and we will drag and drop the boss here. Where's the boss? It is inside the prefabs. So just drag and drop the boss. Okay, let me know when you guys do this. The process is same for iOS. You just need to, you know, have the AR kit. Whole process is same. It's just the packages will get changed. Other than that, nothing will get changed. Everything will be same. So after, you know, having the boss inside the script, now the script is empty currently. We need to add, you know, all the components here. So now we have the object. What we need to do is, now we will be creating an object, basically an object to store, like object to spawn. Now this is the prefab reference that we took, and this is the object that we will be spawning in the project. So currently, if you see here, there is nothing, but when we instantiate, we need some kind of reference. So currently we have the reference to the prefab. You can see here the prefab, we have reference to the prefab, and when we will be instantiating it in the project, we will be having like inside this, so object to spawn. Okay. After that, the raycast thing that I told you, like we need a raycast as well to detect the plane, touch on the plane. So to take care of the raycast, we will take AR raycast manager and just create its object. So just create its object, and we just need like this 3 things, declaration of these 3 things. So just create it, enemy object, object to spawn, and AR raycast manager. Now just in the previous session, the demonstrator has give you the option of getting the component. Like in the start, he took the component of the rigid body. Currently, in the AR raycast manager, we will be taking the reference. We will be taking the reference of this AR raycast manager. So just we need to do is, what we need to do is just copy it. AR raycast manager is equals to this, or don't write this, get component AR raycast manager. Just we need the reference of the AR raycast manager script. So this way we took that. After that, we will be writing a method basically, which will be, you know, taking care of the touch that we will be doing on the device. So it's like the boolean try get touch position. If we touch something, it will be returning the vector 2. So vector 2 is something, you know, it's kind of a coordinate, you can say. Coordinate in 2D is called as vector 2. It's kind of 0 0 0 5 0 3, something like that. It's vector 2, and if it's in 3D, it will be vector 3. So vector 3 is like x, y, z. It has all the 3 axes, and in vector 2 you just have 2 axes, x and y. So if we are tapping on the screen, you know, the screen is totally 2D, so it has 2D coordinates. So we will be taking, you know, those coordinate inside the vector 2. So it will be returning a vector 2. So we will be naming it as touch position. Okay, so this is the method, and inside the method, what we will be doing is we will be checking the if input has its property like the touch count. So we will be checking if the touch count is greater than 0. If the touch count is greater than 0, then there must be something, you know, some single finger or double finger or triple finger, something like that. So we'll be just checking that. If we have input input dot touch count greater than 0, what we'll be doing is touch position, which we will be returning. So touch position is equals to input dot get, we will be taking the touch, which is the 0th, which is the first touch, dot position. So it will give us the position of the touch. Okay, so if we get the position, we will return true. As it is of boolean type, we need to return something. But if there is no touch, then in that case, what we will be doing is we will be like we need to again provide some value to touch. So touch position is equals to default. So this default is a keyword for the default value of vector2. Either we can do default, or either we can do new vector2 0 0, something like that we can do as well. But for now, let's use the keywords default. If you hover on it, it will give you the information. It's a struct basically, and represents 2D vector endpoints. So it's a default value. So you can have it, and if we have not we haven't touched anything, then it will return default, and we just don't take care about a touch position. We will be only take care of the boolean, so we will be returning false in that case. Okay, so this is a basic method that we have created to just get the touch position. If you have touched, just give me the position. If you don't touch, just return false. We don't care about the touch position in that case. So this method is we have created. Now we will be doing some thing in the update method. Update method is very useful when you want to check anything. Now what here we will be doing is we will be checking if someone has touched. Okay, so try get touch position. We will be checking out vector2 touch position. So if someone has touched the screen, we will be having the information in the touch position. But we are in update, we don't want much calculation here. So what we will be testing here is, if someone has not touched, just return. Don't go beyond this, just return. But now the position, the thing came that when someone has touched the the screen, then in that case what we will be doing is we will be let's write the condition for that first. If like ar raycast manager dot raycast, now we will be doing the raycast. Now to any raycast, when you do the raycast, like I have given you the example of the gun and the bullet. So whenever you want to raycast, you need to give the initial position, like from where the raycast will take place. So in case of the firing the bullet, we always take the direction as forward. The initial position will be the tip of the gun, and the direction is forward always. So we just need to give the initial position, which will be touch position in this case. So let's write touch position, and let's see how much parameters it's taking. So yeah, the first thing is the screen point, which we have already provided. If you see the second parameter, it's the hit results. So if you are doing some kind of raycast, it's going to hit a lot of object in in between. So we just need the information of the objects that it hit. So it's basically return the array of objects, list of object, so that you can perform various operations on it. So what we have done is we have just created this. Now we'll be taking care of, we will be writing hits. So basically it's out. Let's write all the parameters. Like we have written hits. Let me see. Yeah, so what we need to do here is it is showing us an error. So hit currently doesn't exist. If you hover here, it's basically list of AR raycast hit. So we will be creating that, no issue. Just go to the top. We will be creating a list. Let's create a list first. Static list. I am creating the static list because we might need it in the next version. So static list to just get the object in different scripts. I am creating it as static. It's on you. You cannot if you don't write the static word, it won't affect the today's scenario, the AR experience. So just make it AR raycast head and name it heads that we have wrote there. And this is the declaration part. So this is, we have declared the heads. So now we have the heads parameter as well now, which is the next parameter. If you hover on the raycast, it will give you. Now we need to mention the trackable type. Okay, so there are a lot of trackable type, but we will be using trackable type dot all face feature points. There are a lot of trackable things are there. We will be going with the plane within polygon, because when the plane detection is done, the plane detection is done in kind of polygon. So whenever you touch on the planes, it give you the position from the inside, not from the outside. If you click on the outside the plane, it won't, the hit will don't get anything. So it will only take consideration when you click inside the plane within the polygon. So we have wrote this. So when it hits something, when the raycast hits something inside the plane within polygon, it gives you objects inside this list. So now we have the list as well. Now we need to perform. So what we need to do is we need to get the first plane, which is get interacted. So we will write where hit pose. We need to just need where the raycast get hits 0th dot pose. If you hover it, it will give us the position where the raycast will hit at the first. Okay, so we get the position inside the hit pose. Now if we need to take care of the object to spawn, like currently we have declared the object to spawn, but we don't have anything inside it. Okay, it's empty. So what we will be doing is we will be checking if object to spawn is equals to null. If it's null, what we will be doing is we will be instantiating it simply. So if in case it's null, object to spawn is equals to instantiate. So instantiate is the method in Unity using which you can instantiate anything inside the game. So currently in our scenario, we will be instantiating the zombie or the boss or the enemy. So this is the case. So we will be writing the parameters. So first thing you want to give in the parameter is the thing that you want to instantiate. So what is this in our case? It's enemy object. So just write enemy object. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to give it is, it has basically the 9 overloads. So we will be going with the simpler one. We have given the object that we need to spawn. We will be giving the position as well. So let's write the position. Now where the position comes from, it will come from here. So we will be writing a hit pose dot position, and we need to give some rotation as well. So hit pose dot rotation. So we have given the rotation as well. Now we have object to spawn there with us. Whenever we detect any kind of plane, we get the number of planes, hit parts. We take the first one and we check the object whether we have something inside it. If you don't have something inside it, just instantiate the object. Now it is not null. I mean, it is not null. Yeah, it is not null. Now we have something inside it. So this is the thing that we need to do in the update. So now the script is complete. Now we will be ready to instantiate the object. So let's go to the project, and object to place is there. We have the boss as well. Now we will set everything in the build setting as well. Now I don't think anything is remaining, so we are ready to go for the build. So I just want to know everyone is ready to build the project, because in the first go I told you that in 2019 we get some kind of issues that I found today, that to 2020 don't have any kind of issue. So we will be fixing that if you face any issue. So what we'll be doing is we will just press the build. Here we give the build name demo version, and I'll save the file name, and let's see if it get built or not. It starts building. So let me know what you guys are doing. Are you building the project? It takes some time, not much, some time. Let me know if you find any kind of issue. Stripping assembly, it might stuck at your side while building the Gradle. There is a final step of building the Gradle. It might stuck at that place. Let's see. So when you go with IL2 CPP, when you go with the IL2 CPP, it takes a bit, slightly or more time. When you go with mono, it takes less time. So this is the thing. But if you want to include ARM64, it is mandatory to go with IL2 CPP. And currently, when you want to upload any game to Play Store, IL2 CPP is must. So even if it's take more time, we have to go with it. Faster system will take less time. Now we will be placing the object on the plane. So this is the basically the experience of AR. Now after that we can have various other things as well, like movement of the zombie towards us. Now it is compiling for ARM64. Don't forget to have the current scene, the sample scene inside this scene in the build. Don't forget to add it. Otherwise, it will give you a pop-up like you haven't added any scene. There's nothing to build. Yeah.
Okay. There's a question. How do you disable bug?
I'm not getting your voice.
I'll try it out.
Yeah, I mean it's having a lot of echo, so I'm not able to hear the words exactly.
It's that issue. That's another.
Okay.
So here we have the issue basically. If you guys are also getting the same kind of issue, it's basically related to the Gradle thing. If you go to edit part and you go to preferences, you will see the external tools here. When you move towards the bottom, you can see here the Gradle is my Gradle. You might be having the Gradle as the automatic Gradle, which is not supported. So you guys need to uncheck it, and you have to provide the Gradle. I have mentioned the Gradle inside the folder. There is a zip of the Gradle. Just place it anywhere and give the path for the Gradle 6.8.2. Okay, just do it. Then I'll be showing you the next step, what we need to do. I mean, this is the basic, this error always comes when you building in the AR app, so you have to customize it. Like in the current Unity 2020, there is a chance that you might not see this error because they have upgraded the Gradle and everything. So just download the Gradle zip, extract it, and place it anywhere and just give the path. Like try to not place it inside the many folders. Just place it somewhere in the drive, any drive. After that, the next process is just go to the build setting, player setting, and we will be seeing the publishing setting. Just let me know when you guys have set the path. Again, I'll tell you where you need to set the path. Just go to edit, preferences, here, just go to the bottom. This is the place where you will be providing SDK, NDK, Gradle and everything. So just uncheck the Gradle and add the Gradle as this, the the same that I have provided. After that, you again need to come on the player setting, and here you need to come to publishing settings. Player settings and publishing settings. You just need to check 3 files here. I'll be showing you which files you need to select. So if you have done the previous thing, just select custom main Gradle. Okay, custom main Gradle, just take it, select it. After that, we need to add custom launcher Gradle, which is this one. And after that, we will be adding custom Gradle properties, this one. So these 3 we need to select. Let me know when you guys select these 3. So if you have selected these 3, now just close it. Go to the plugins folder. Inside Android, you can see 3 files here. Okay, this one, and this one. Okay, just show it in Explorer. Okay, just go to the Gradle files, this Gradle and this Gradle. Open them. You can see a lot of things, settings written there. I have provided you a text file as well. If you can see, there is a text file. Just copy the component of text file, remove the first line and paste. We will be pasting this file here. So just paste, save, close. There is another Gradle file. Just open it, remove it, paste it and save it. Now we have done all the settings. Now we will be building the project again. Let me know if you guys have done the same. Let me again tell you the build settings that we have done. In the other setting, we have removed the Vulkan. We have set the minimum API level as Android 9, and also we have changed the mono to IL2 CPP. Other than that, we have also selected the ARM64 checkmark. So let's build the project again and let's see if any kind of error comes or not. If you have built the project for the first time, then and the second time it won't take the same time, it will build in less time. It says the IL2 CPP, that will take time, nothing else. If you switch the whole project in like Unity 2020, then you don't need to do this setting stuff. It will automatically be done. So now we have the APK available. What you can do is you just need to enable the USB. You can directly transfer the APK inside your phone. And if you are if you want to build directly to the phone, just connect the phone, turn on the USB debugging, and just go with the build render option. It is the simpler way to do that. So you can do the same stuff as well. Let me do the same as well. to check the APK whether it's working or it's having some issue. So at the first time it take more time, but at the second time when you play when you run it won't take much time. You just need to go to the developer option inside your phone, and you have to check the USB debugging, and only then you are able to build and run the app. So I'm building the app again. Let me know if you're able to build the project, and let me know your experience. Like if it is spawning something, the camera will open. It will ask you for the camera permission inside the app, and when you give the camera permission, it will open the camera, and you just need to slightly move your phone towards the plane. Like if there is plane in front of you, you just need to let the camera detect it, and just after the detection you have to touch inside the plane, any plane. It may detect like 5 to 10 planes. You just need to tap on any plane, and the zombie will get instantiated there with the animation. I had the app with the same name, so it won't run automatically. I'll be building again, because when you build for the first time, after that it won't take much time, so you can build again and again. You can go with the deselecting the IL2 CPP. You can go with that as well. You can see that the app will get crash automatically. Before starting it will get crash. Just the loading, the splash scene will be there, and at the start of the game scene the app will get crash. There are multiple libraries available for SDK for AR. Basically, this is the AR foundation that we have used. There is another library named Vuforia, and also the big giants in the market are creating their own AR experiences. Like in the Japan, in the China, they are creating their own AR SDKs, to support their products. So you can go with any of them, but the best one is AR. The simplest one is AR foundation. So I open the app in the phone. It is able to detect the plane, and I am able to instantiate the zombie in the real world. So this is what basic experience is. Just try to not have the shiny surface, because on the shiny surface the camera takes time to detect the plane. If you are going on some rough surface, just like the garden or ground or something like that, the table, with matte finish, it will just detect the plane within seconds. So this is something. Let me know in the comments or somewhere if you are able to. Gradle 5.6.4, how do you disable Vulkan? Yeah, so disabling Vulkan, just go to the build setting. It's a simple process. You just need to select it. Let's say you have Vulkan here, select it, and just remove it using the minus button. So currently I have only one graphic API. That's why it is not giving me the option. But if I am having two, it will give the option. Yeah, so the person having Gradle 5.6.4 required, we have 6. We have the version of Gradle slightly the latest one, so you can go with the Gradle that I have provided. It will work. 6.8.2, we have the more latest one, so you can go with this as well. It won't create any issue. Just make sure you have 2019.4.xx of the version of Unity. This is the simplest AR experience you can make. The same process if you do on Unity 2020, it will directly build the app, and without any error it will directly build the app. You just don't need to add any stuff like the thing that the process we have repeated, like going to the publishing setting and clicking those Gradle files. You don't need to do that if you are on 2020. So let me know if anyone is facing some kind of issue, because if you are on the proper Unity version and having the proper Gradle, it is like not impossible. It is difficult, you will get any error. I'll be adding all the codes. I'll be sharing all the codes with you as well, but not now. Cause okay. So if everyone is able to see the zombie, if it's bigger, like I think it will be bigger. So we just need to go to the prefab, just change the scale. Like currently the scale is 111. Just make it 0.7, 0.7, 0.7. It will be in a proper the average human size, because it might be a bit slightly bigger. In that case, you can do that, and the person will be slightly less in height. So if this thing worked for you, we can add some basic functionality. So now let's if everyone are on same page, we can move further to add some kind of scripts to what we can add. Currently we can create gun, like shooting gun, or we can do some stuff with the zombie. So if everyone are on the same page, if we can proceed, just let me know with if we can proceed. Yeah. So let's have the zombie again in the scene. Now it has the animator. What we want, just add collider to it as well. So to add the collider, I mean currently this is just a prefab. We want to add collider. We can use collider further to detect the when you are shooting the zombie. Okay, I am waiting a minute. Not an issue. Let's let everyone get on the same page, then we can proceed and it will be fun. Currently you can see that the zombie is not looking towards you, it is looking somewhere else, and performing the animation. So currently the next thing what we will be doing is we will be script we will do the script for the zombie so that it can always look towards you. So we will be doing that as well. Let me know when we can start so that we can start. If you are getting the bigger zombie, just move, just change it to 0.7 and you can build the app again. It won't take much time. I'll be sending all the codes that we will be doing. I'll be sharing all the project like on GitHub or directly on Drive. It is not that much bigger project, so it's just a little one. We can share it anytime. Like just after tomorrow's session, I'll be sharing everything, and I'll sharing the link as well. If I will be sharing on Drive, I'll share the Drive link, and otherwise I will be sharing it on GitHub. You can to check the scene, just you can right click in the scene and use the WASD to move, to take the closer look. This is how you can move. Currently we have only one object. Vidhi, let me know when we proceed. I mean, if everyone are on the same page, we can add some functionalities. Okay, so now what we will be doing is we need to add some functionality. Like if you have experienced the AR part, you will be able to see that the boss is moving in some any direction where he want to go, he's going there. What we need to do is we want the boss to always look at us. Okay, so just we can do that. Just drag and drop the boss inside the hierarchy so that we can see him, and we can add some components. Now to let zombie, to let the person see, always look at us, we will be creating a script which is let's name it look at. So we'll be creating a look at script for that. So just create the look at script, double click on it and open it. Let me know when you create, then we can move forward. Okay, so now inside this script what we need is we want the boss to know the target where he will be looking. So let's take transform target. So transform is basically what you can see here. Click anywhere, let the script get compiled, click anywhere, like click here, this is the transform basically. So we just want boss to know the transform where he want to see. So we will be adding the target. It won't be public because we will access it here. So target is equals to, like in the initial, what we have done is we have provided AR camera a tag which is main camera. So by using which we can always get where the main camera is from the hierarchy. We don't need to find it, we don't need to drag and drop it, we can directly use the tag to get the camera. So what we will be doing in the script is we will write target is equals to game object dot find game objects with tag, which will find the various like multiple tags, multiple object with that tag. We just need to find the single object with that tag. So find object with tag. So the tag, just exactly write the name main camera dot transform. So it will return the transform to the main camera so that we have the target now. Again, the major work is inside the update. So what we will be looking, in the vector, if you want to find the direction of something, what we want to find a direction. So what we will be doing is, this is the basically geometric part. We will create where look position is equals to target dot position minus transform dot position. Okay, why I am directly writing transform, why I am directly writing the transform is because we are going to apply this script directly to the boss, so that's why. So let's select the boss and add the lookat script. Currently the script is not it is not done, it is just partially complete. So just add the script, again go to the script. Now what we have done is, we have find the direction where he want to look, where he should look. So target position minus transform position. Transform position is basically, target position is basically our camera's position, and transform dot position is basically the character's position. Okay, so now what we will be doing is, we will finding the rotation. So where rotation is equals to quaternion dot look rotation look pose. So what we will be getting, we will be using quaternion, which is basically control the used to represent the rotation. It's a trickier part, it is a scientific theory to read the quaternion. Even if you go on the Google and you write quaternion, it will, you can see the description here. They are based on complex numbers and are not easy to understand intuitively. So it is just, you just take it in your mind like it is just used to represent the rotations. And there is a phenomena called gimbal lock, which is not occurred in this. Basically in Unity, if you want to play with the rotations, you have two things you have. One is the quaternion and other one is the Euler angles. So if you directly want to play with the angles, with these angles, just write the quaternion dot Euler angle 1 2 3. So you can directly play with the angles, but if you want to play with the rotation directly, you have to use the quaternion. So here what we have done is, we have find the look rotation, we have given the direction, so it knows where it need to look. So now what we will be doing is, we will be changing the rotation of the character. So what we will be doing is, transform dot rotation. Here again I wrote transform, that means we are talking about the character that we have. Quaternion dot slope. So slope is something, it basically work in the curved manner. If you want to go from one direction to another, it just go in the one go, like here to here. But if you use slurp and lerp, it will go according slowly. So something like that we are doing with the rotation as well. If you are in some other direction, and if the enemy is looking in this direction, it won't move like this, it will move slowly, it will slurp, just in a curve manner it will slurp. So it will be slurping. So where it will be sloping, we need to give the initial rotation. Initial rotation is same, which is the character's rotation, and from this rotation, if you hover here, it will give you quaternion A and quaternion B. So from the current rotation value, we need it to go to rotation value, which is already we found, and we will be giving it like time dot delta time. So time dot delta time is is a concept. Basically, let me give you the demonstration what the time. Basically, it's a constant value. If you want to every device has different FPS. Like in my computer, the FPS is always like 300 FPS, like 280 FPS, and in some other device the FPS might be 30. So to have the particular movement, we always use time dot delta time. It is a constant value. For higher FPS, its value become lower, and for lower FPS, the value become higher. It's basically a bit confusing, but we will know it later on. What exactly time dot delta time is. It basically works with the frames. Okay. So this script It's done. Now we will be saving the script, and let's see what it is doing. Now we won't be creating the build again and again, because it is basically the interaction between the character and the camera. Okay, so we can directly see it in the scene. We don't need to build it. You can build it, but why to waste a lot of time? We can directly see it inside the scene. Now what we have done is, here is the prefab, we took it and we added some script inside it, some new property. So we want the same property to get reflected in the prefab as well, which is currently not getting reflected. So what we will do, we will go to the override part and we will add, click the apply all button. So now the prefab will get changed and it has the look at script as well. Now let's don't delete the boss and let's see what it is doing. So has everyone implemented the code, like applied the look at script? So if everyone has done it, let's hit the play button and let's see. Now currently if you see the scene, we are unable to find where the boss is looking. So what we will do is, we will move the camera. Now you can see the boss has changed the rotation. It is not directly changing the rotation, like in the within a second. It takes time. The slurping is working like that. It is taking time to move from point A to point B. That is what slurp is doing. This let's do some kind of experiment. Okay, let's try. Instead of time.time, let's add one here, float t. Let's see what happens now. See, I am having a lot of FPS, so in if I can check the FPS, yeah, I am getting 2100 FPS. So it is yeah, just within a second. So if I add time.deltime there, it will just take the FPS into consideration, and it will move in the same way in all the machines. Time.delta-time, now it will be moving perfectly. You need to play it again. When during the playtime you cannot compile the script, it will give you the error. So you need to play it again. Now it will be properly moving according to the time. It don't depend on the FPS. Now if you see, if I take it at the top, the zombie is like leaving its plane. We don't want zombie to move in this direction. Okay, we don't want him to move in this direction. So either we can freeze the rotation that the previous demonstrator has showed you, elsewise what we can do is just go to the script, and here we are adding the rotation. So what we will be doing is, we will something like, here is a look pose, where we have a direction. What we will be doing is look pose dot y. Okay, we only want to change the y. Look pose dot y equals to 0, so it won't get changed in the update. Whenever you change it in a top down manner, the y direction will not get changed. The rotation in the y axis won't get changed. Now let's see what happens, if it works or if it won't works. We have both the options. Now it is not moving like that. You can see, even if the camera is moving towards the top, towards the bottom, it is not moving. And if it's moving in this axis, we can say x and z axis, the zombie is moving. So has everyone done this? So after that we will be moving to the movement script, in which the enemy will be moving towards the camera. So let me know if everyone has done this so we can move further. Vidhi, please let me know if everyone worked on it. Yeah. So now we will be creating another script. Now we have created the zombie. We have instantiated it. It is looking at you now. If he is looking at you, we want it to come towards you. So we will be adding that script as well. Again, we want to add some script to the zombie so that we can change the transform. So how we will be doing that? Just go to the project under the script section, right click, create C# script. Now let's name it as enemy movement. Okay, hit enter, open it, and let me know. And yeah, in the looker script, if you see in the top, we have these unused libraries. Just remove them, they are of no use, they are unnecessarily taking the calculations. Just remove them. Here also we don't need unnecessary libraries, just remove them, save the scripts. And now I'll be showing you the movement, enemy movement script. Here for the enemy movement, the first thing that we need is like the speed in which we want the enemy to move. So let's add float speed. Okay, now let's add the script to the boss so that we can see the variable that we are making. Now let's add enemy movement to the boss the same way we have added look at. Let me see the comments or something. Okay, there's nothing. Yeah, so basically time.delta time is a different thing and fixed update is a different thing. When you want to do something related to physics, we use fixed update, but even in the fixed update you have to use time.delta time if you have to make something constant. So yeah, time.delta time is a totally different thing. It basically give you smooth motion independent of the FPS. So yeah, you can see it. Both are totally different. Fixed update is used in the physics, and even if you use fixed update, you have to use time.delta time, to make the things smoother. Okay, so let me go to the, again we have write it, we have also move it to the boss. Now what we want is the speed object should be visible, just like all the objects get visible. We want the speed object to get visible. What we don't want is to make it public, because when you make something public, it takes more size, more heap size, something, it takes more calculation. So what we do is we don't want it to get available for everyone, all the scripts. We just want it to be private but to get available in the inspector. So for that case, we just need to add here an attribute serialized field. Okay, just add this attribute serialized field, save the project, and you will be able to see the speed here. Okay, so currently let it be at 0. Let's go to the script again. Now what we want is we need it to come towards you, that means towards the camera. So just add the transform of the camera. Again in the start we will be adding the same line, camera is equals to game object dot find game object with tag. Again, how we will be calling the main camera dot transform. Okay, so here we get the transform of the camera. Now again the main part we will be doing inside it. Now here also you can see the work of the fixed the time.delta time. So here let's set the step, float step is equals to speed into time.delta time. Again, if you remove time.delta time within a fraction of second, it will move towards the camera, so we don't want that. Okay, so after that what we want some kind of direction. So we won't go with that way because we have a better way to do that, moving the object towards us. So let's say where pose is equals to, you can give it any name, where pose equals to, we have vector3, that I have already told you what vector3 is. It is basically used to store the 3D components x, y, z axis. Okay, vector3 dot move towards. It has a method called move towards. Let's hover and check what parameters it take. The current place, current vector, and the target vector, and the max distance delta. Okay, so let's add move towards the current place. So currently we are having, what is the current position? So let's have the position of the zombie, transform dot position, comma, where we want to go, camera dot position. So we wrote it. Okay, so if it is taking the next step is we will be adding the float for the max distance delta. Okay, so what we will be doing is we will be adding the step. Okay, just give me a moment. Let me know if you have done this, if you complete it. So after this, what we will be doing is we have find the position in which he will be moving. Now we will change the position. This dot transform dot position is equals to new vector 3 pose dot x. Now we can have it like we can directly take here as pose. Okay, and it will work, it will start working. But what we want, if like the zombie is here and you are here, okay, on the same plane, if you go some in the top hill, we don't want zombie to be like this and come like this. Okay, so we don't want to change the y-axis, so we will take the y-axis as constant and we will be changing only x and z-axis. So for that we just need to separate all the three axes. So what we will doing is new vector 3 pose dot x we want, but the y-axis we want the same. So this dot transform dot position dot y. Okay, we want it as same, and we want to move in the x and z axis. So this is something that we are doing, and I think that's all we need to do. So let's check whether if it's working. Let's add speed as 0.1 first for now. Let's see what happens. Have everyone created this script and edit, so we can proceed and see what's happening. Let's hit the play. Okay, it is moving. Now let's take the camera, go it here. You can see it is moving, slowly moving, because in the AR what I told you is the instantiation takes place just near you. It won't be like 500 meter away, 100 meter away. We cannot add lot of distance, we cannot add lot of speed, because if let's add some more speed. Let's make it as 1. It will move comparatively faster. Sorry, the same thing. It is not looking good with the animation as well. So this is what 0.1 looks better comparatively. Zombie moves like this only, this, so it does look comparatively better. And also from the AR perspective it is good, because it will taking some time to come to us. So now what we can do, what you guys can do, you just build the app and just check it whether it is working, whether the enemy is looking towards you, it is moving towards you. Just create a build and see. But before that, what we have done, we have added a new component here. If you check the prefab, it doesn't have the new component enemy movement, but here it is there. So again we will go to override, we will apply all, and we will be having the enemy movement here. Now just delete it Control S, just save the project and you can build again to see if it's working. Just build it again and check the APK if the changes that we have done is reflecting there or not. Everyone please create the build and test it how it's working. So the build is created, you can directly build and run, or you can do this thing, you can send it to your phone and you can test. So just let me know how it's working. You can adjust the size of the zombie if you're finding it big or small or something. Just change the scale. You can also play with the speed, but let it be at 0.1 only, because we want to give zombie some time to come towards the camera, because in that case, if the player is hitting with the bullet or something, if the zombie is moving fast, the player will not be able to give that much damage. So that's the reason. Now the next steps that we will be doing is we will be adding the canvas is basically the UI. We will be adding a basic UI. We will be adding the gun, we will be adding the bullet, we will be adding the enemy health bar, and also we will be adding a basic game over screen. When the what player needs to do is player needs to kill the zombie. The gun has some reload time of 2 seconds. So player needs to kill the zombie, and if zombie reaches the player, if both the collider get collapsed, the game will be over. So the aim of the game is to finish the zombie before it arrives towards you. You can go, you can run as well, because you can run as well, like in the opposite direction, so that zombie takes time to get towards you. If you want to make it a racing game or something like that, just increase the speed of the zombie edge. You just need to you have to move continuously, and kill him. And we will be adding some bullet shots as well, the gun and the bullet, so that we can shoot in the forward direction to the enemy. So these are the upcoming things that we will be doing, to complete the game. And also there will be some challenge for you that you guys need to do on your own. If you are following things properly, you will definitely going to do that. So let me know if we can move ahead today, or we should left the remaining things for tomorrow. Okay, so we have some remaining things that we can definitely achieve tomorrow with this speed. We need to add the canvas, the health bar, the gun, the damage, and the game over screen and the you win screen. So we will be adding it tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, and the task for you is also there, so that is also interesting. Yeah, I will send you the code files, but where I should transfer? Should I create a folder and upload it to Drive, something like that? Share the link like today I sent. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll create a folder on the Drive and make it public accessible, and I'll add the script daily. Like as we move forward, I'll start adding the script, so you can access the script from there directly. So we don't need to have different places for the script. We will be having the same place. Okay, I'll be doing it now.
to see it. Um, Can you hear me now?
Try turning on the microphone.
Yeah, I did that.
In front of the.
Can you hear me now? This? Yeah, I did that.
It is working on.
Okay. Okay, so if you didn't hear me online, I was just talking about Hacksmith, which is a winter technology festival. And we are hosting it again this year with 11 universities. And so you'll be able to work with other students from different universities. We have 3 tracks this year. They are healthcare, education, and environment. So you can choose a track preference. However, you will be put into one of these randomly and you will have to come up with a solution for it. It's a no coding hackathon, so you don't need to have coding experience for this. Even if you've never participated in a hackathon before, it's very beginner friendly. So it should be a great first experience for a hackathon. And we also have prizes this year. Some swag and some Amazon vouchers for the overall winner and some Amazon vouchers for whoever comes second and third. So it should be exciting. And like I said, these are all the universities taking part and more just keep getting added as and when they sign up. And it's going to be held between 17th and 19th December. So I hope you all sign up. Yes. Yes, it will take place virtually. Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to interact with other students otherwise. Yeah. So more details will follow, but the page will go up live maybe tonight. So you should be able to sign up for this. Awesome. And I'd just like to say thank you to Project AR once again for running the workshop. And unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of students join, but I'm sure it's all recorded, so people can always look back, and hopefully we'll have more people join tomorrow. This is what we have planned for tomorrow, same place, but starting at 3 p.m. We'll continue with the project we were working on today and look at some more gaming elements. And then the team from Project AR will talk a bit about the current status of AR, VR in industries today, where they think the whole hype with Metaverse is going to go, and what is their long-term strategy. And then we will be joined by an XR project manager from a company called TalkOut, who will speak more about how you can be a part of this space as a non-technical person. So it should be a fun day as well, and I hope to see all of you tomorrow. Awesome. Thank you so much. You can end the stream.